pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw class, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes. And standby call for motorcycle.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you know. You kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, your call to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, your call to the lanes. Final call for Outlaw class. Attention in the pits. Final call for Outlaw class. And motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. Motorcycle, your call to the lanes. Well, they look anxious tonight. Going to be a great party. Lots of motorcycles here this evening. Lots of real quick cars, motorcycles, and diesels. Here's our first pairing in Outlaw class. Outlaw class are cars running on slicks. That's what distinguishes these vehicles from the domestic class. BMW and a Mustang. Now, if it's your first time at the racetrack, you're going to notice the mile per hour from these two vehicles. $133 miles an hour and 129 miles an hour. And then at the top of the clock, you see the elapsed time. That 11:02 and that 10:79 are the numbers those racers are more interested in, not so much the mile per hour. It's all important data, but that elapsed time is what they are focused on. And we're going to talk a lot more as the night goes on about elapsed time. The Audi went 9.78, quicker than 10 seconds, requiring an NHRA license, not N Class 5. So Class 5 takes you to 10 seconds. And then the other vehicle was running a 12.40. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, you have been called to the lanes. Motorcycle, this is your second call to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Next class is getting called to the lanes. Domestic class. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, to the lanes. The white Mustang getting an easy win on this pair. And 11:15 was the elapsed time at 122 miles an hour. And the green car in a bit of a troubled pass. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for diesel. Domestic class has been called to the lanes. Final call for motorcycle. And diesel class, you are on standby. You are going to be running right after domestic class. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you have been called to the lanes. Diesel class on standby. Brand new Corvette. 2023. Ross Walker. Eighth mile was 96 miles an hour with a 7.19 elapsed time. And then at the top end of the scoreboard, the racetrack, he shows 11:26 for elapsed time, 119 miles an hour. Now, race fans, be prepared. This Mustang has a parachute on the back. Very likely going to be making a very solid half-track pass. A lot of these door cars, big tire cars, run in a class that's more commonly to 8th mile, which is at the end of the bleachers where you see the two cones in the middle of the racetrack, right at the end of the bleachers. The second cone is the finish line for 8th mile. So you can see that he will lift likely at that point, or he may go all the way up. A little bit of wheel spin, lost traction. Therefore, not even going to attempt to get a time slip that means anything. So that was it for Outlaw class. Cars running on slicks. Now we're going to get into motorcycle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, domestic class, domestic class. This is your call to the lanes. Tower Lane, Legal Ant, Dwayne Stevens over there in the spectator side of the racetrack. Tailgate party, couple real quick Habusas. Dwayne floating that front tire. Legal Ant, 0.297. Reaction time, 1.660 foot. 8th mile was 123 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. 148.9 miles an hour at the top end with a 9.33 elapsed time. Dwayne Stevens went only 93 miles an hour, so something going wrong for him at the top end. Well, reaction time went to the Harley, the 60-foot, not anything after that. The quicker bike in the spectator lane at 10.56 and 144 miles an hour. The Harley was doing 118 miles an hour, which is a very quick Harley. That's pretty cool. Go check that out in the pits. If you're on the spectator side of the racetrack, you're welcome to come over to the pit side over the Lordco Bridge. It's in and you'll pass here this evening. Man, that's quick. 9.68 and a 10.13. So they just informed me that we do have a beer garden open here this evening. They tell me that after I decided to work this evening. But you lucky folks are allowed to have a beer. That's on the pit side. And of course, we ask that you have a designated driver if you want to partake in the beer this evening. And there is no beer drinking and racing. 10.62. And 58 miles an hour at 20.58. $13.37 to a 14.46. What a cool old Ford pickup truck. Definitely what separates us from every other car show on the planet is we actually run the hot rods down the track. That old Ford went 106 miles per hour in the quarter mile. That's pretty cool. 12.83 was the elapsed time. And the 8th mile for that pickup truck was at 8.23. The other vehicle over here in the Tower Lane posted 19.37 on the reader board. Here's another cool pair of pickup trucks. What do you think? Great opportunity for you and your friend to play a game of pastime. Which one gets the top end first? You can do that with every pairing. A little bit of the entertainment here this evening. Oh, this is a close race at the top end. The new truck with the win, 13.71 for the 02. The 19 went 14.03 at 94. First-time racers, we ask that you write your number on the side of your vehicle so that you can read it from 100 feet away. As it gets later in the night and the white backdrop of the wall, it's almost impossible to read those numbers. So please make them very bright, very big and bold, and put them on your windshield. If it's your first time racing, it's a great idea to put an N on your windshield. Then the starter can give you a little additional assistance. With an N on your windshield, the starter will treat you as one of your crew. 1189 at 123 miles an hour. 89 miles an hour at 14.47 in the tower lane. Tailgate party, you're looking great over there. If you're having trouble hearing us on the PA, you can get us on the FM dial at 92.7. Put it on your radio and crank it up. And sometimes you get to hear noises out in the background you're not supposed to hear when you're listening that carefully. Some cool cars here tonight. So just give everybody a heads up. The standby call is currently with diesel class. So you guys are going to get the call out in moments. Very quickly, we're going to be giving a call out to diesel. And this evening, they are followed by Sport Compact. And if there are any drivers in Junior Street here this evening, we have a window for you as well after Sport Compact. So currently, diesel is on standby, and they will be followed by Sport Compact and Junior Street. Now, Junior Street, if you're not familiar with that, it's a program where kids as young as 13 years old can drive a car, a street-legal car, to half track right there. We'll talk more about that as the evening goes on. 12.77 for the win light, 13.39. First pairing in domestic class. These cars being a little bit slower. 14.97, you wouldn't require a helmet. 15.15, also not requiring a helmet. So it's a great opportunity for you to get involved with the sport of drag racing here at the Friday Night Street Legals. It's only $50 to register your vehicle, and you get to cut your teeth when it doesn't really matter on a Friday night. Everybody just heads up, grudge match, drag racing, having fun. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Diesel class, you're called to the lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, diesel class, you're called to the lanes 5 and 6. Pretty cool this evening to have the diesel cars or trucks here as part of the exhibition that's going on here tomorrow at Mission Raceway Park. Diesel class, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Diesel class, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for Sport Compact. Standby call. Now, if you go racing on a Friday night street legals, you don't have to have a fast car. What you're trying to do is make the car go up the racetrack to the quarter mile and get exactly the same elapsed time. We talked about it earlier. Our elapsed time is the most important number to the racer. So you run the car over and over and over again, and you try to see how close you can get to the number of the previous run. 1296 to a 1291. Couple of cool old hot rods. New taking on old. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Diesel, you're called to the lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Diesel, you have been called to the lanes 5 and 6. Well, that Camaro sure sounds good. 1216. Barely getting around the Malibu, which ran at 1236. 109 miles an hour for the Malibu, 116 miles an hour for the Camaro. A friendly reminder to all racers, the speed limit at Mission Raceway Park is 10 kilometers an hour. That includes the return road, lots of pedestrians, lots of people walking around this evening. Some new race fans that aren't familiar with the equipment moving around in the pits like it does. So please be aware of the newcomers and be very careful. Keep your foot over the brake, keep the speed at 10 kilometers an hour. We encourage you to go much faster than that on the racetrack. Farmer Lane. 1197 for the win, a 1311 into spectator lane. So tailgate party, we got exhibition diesel trucks here this evening. Great big Sammy type trucks as well. So they're going to be coming up in just a couple of moments. They've been called to the lanes. They're lining up behind the tower as we speak. So big diesel class here this weekend. Hopefully you can make it. But for right now, we've got some exhibition trucks coming your way as we finish off the domestic class with the last pairing. $15.22 for the win. And then a 15.08 at 64 miles an hour for the little Buick. Well, I was just asked over the track radio to let everybody know that the beer gardens are open. So, yeah, you can go have a beer. I bet it's super cold. I think they said it comes out of the tap at -7 or something crazy like that. So super cold beer. multiple brands, have fun, whatever. Gee whiz, beer garden. I think it should be okay for the announcers to drink beer, but that's just my opinion. So diesel class is up and running. Here they go. Tailgate party, get ready. Here comes the black smoke. So if there's any mosquitoes right now, don't worry about it. We are about to take care of that. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport compact, you're called to the lanes. Oh. All right, 1 through 4. Attention in the pit. Sport compact, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Attention in the pit. Sport compact, you have been called to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for Junior Street. If you're here this evening and want to make a run, that's a standby call for Junior Street. All right. Pair of pickup trucks. I guess getting to know our air here down in Mission. And I'm certain we're going to see quicker runs than that as they get that figured out. The pro shop is open. The concession stand is open. The cool thing about the pro shop is if somebody brought you to the racetrack tonight and you're not digging it, with the pro shop, you can get all your Christmas shopping done tonight. That's pretty cool. And whoever brought you tonight, when you give them that present at Christmas from Mission Raceway, they're going to have the biggest grin on their face. They have hoodies, tons of hats available as well. So if you'd like a hat to keep the shade in your eyes, that's available. They have a little bit of a store. They got some items in there like batteries, bug spray. I've even seen like aspirin, I think. But just check it out. They've got everything you need right here at the concession stand and the pro shop. Grab something to eat. And there's a beer garden with ice cold beer on the pit side of the racetrack. Well, we didn't see the big diesel trucks in this round. Maybe they'll catch the second round. As we said earlier, the rounds go pretty quick this early in the evening. So now we're going to be underway with Sport Compact. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Little Porsche going through the gears. That sounded pretty cool. He was doing 101 at half track with a 6.9. That's moving pretty good. 10.74 at the top end at 127 miles an hour. Car on the spectator side of the racetrack ran a 17.43. Pair of Volkswagen. Friday Night Street Legals, I want to make sure that everybody's aware of the rules. And that includes that punch buggy is off the table at Mission Raceway. We have too many Volkswagen Bugs, and it's just not fair to your kids. So punch buggy off the table. 11.61, 117 miles an hour for Sam Wood. Tom Wood ran 16.62 at 64 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Sport Compact. Final call for Sport Compact and Junior Street. If you need to make a run, we'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6. So safety just doing a quick check of the track, making sure everything's okay mid-track. Picking up a couple pieces of something, but that's great. We'll be back to the racing right away. Lots of racing coming up here at Mission Raceway this year. Jet cars are returning end of August. And the 60th annual Langley Loafers BC Old Time Drags is coming back. And that's going to be here August 1st to 3rd with a show and shine on Saturday and Sunday. Bracket racers, classes up to 1972, Double B funny cars, Pro Nostalgia, new classes, flathead and straight six. Thanks to BC Scale Company, Capit, Titanium Motorsports, Mission Raceway Park, and the Langley Loafers. That's coming back August 1st to 3rd. A very, very cool car show and real quick racing as well. So we'll see you on that weekend. So we are doing the Friday Night Street Legals again next Friday night. And then the 2 first Friday nights of August as well. I'll be here next Friday, but then I'll be missing for the 2 in August. I've got holidays pre-booked. And my name is Rock Arsenault. I'm pleased to be here tonight, calling out the cars. Special privilege. I want to thank the British Columbia Custom Car Association for that opportunity. Mission Raceway Park is owned and operated by the British Columbia Custom Car Association, a nonprofit society since 1952, Canada's oldest hot rod club. Mopac Performance, the Friday Night Street Legal title sponsor. Been the sponsor here at Mission Raceway as long as I've been around for the Friday Night Street Legals. A big hats off to Mopac Auto Supply. If you haven't been to their cool store out in Langley, as a racer, you should be paying forward. So stop by one day and check it out and say to the folks at Mopac Auto Supply, thank you for your continued support of Mission Raceway Park. They're located in Langley. You turn south off of Highway 1 at 200th Street. You go down just a few blocks around the roundabout a little bit, and you turn right on 84th Street. They're the second building on your left. All kinds of bling and cool stuff for your rides. And if you want to make it go quick, get better fuel economy, perform better, they can answer your questions. They even have a shop to help install all those really cool parts. And they have a world-renowned tuner, Nick Duda, there as well. He can get every single bit of performance out of that package. So visit Mopac Auto Supply in Langley, also in Edmonton, and in Calgary. So all the folks from Alberta here tonight, howdy, welcome. It is country theme here this evening, so what great timing. And you folks must know about Mopac Auto Supply in Edmonton and Calgary as well. So the track's been cleared. We're going to give these guys a chance to warm up their tires again. Everything's looking real good. They just need to get off the track. So race fans here for the first time tonight, we want to welcome you to Mission Raceway Park. Thank you for coming out. So many things to do in the Lower Mainland. You chose to be with us. That is super special. And for all the Mission residents here, you want to thank Mr. Lubin Tires, located right across from Rocco's Diner. That's where you're going to get your oil change next time. They sponsor Mission residents getting in for free at the Friday Night Street Legal. So hats off to Mr. Lube and Tires. That is so cool. For all the Mission neighbors that are here tonight, I also live in Mission, so howdy neighbors. Welcome to Mission Raceway. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, your final call to the lanes. That puts Outlaw on standby. Standby call to Outlaw. And once again, the rotation this evening is Outlaw followed by Motorcycle, Domestic, then Diesel, Sport Compact, which we're running right now, and Junior Street to follow, if there are any here this evening. Now, Junior Street is an opportunity for your 13-year-old to ride beside mom or dad to 8th Mile. Same as those little junior dragsters that you see on a weekend bracket series. They've now opened up full-size automobiles to the 8th Mile. And those kids are 13 to 17 years old. If you're having trouble getting along with your 13-year-old, I absolutely guarantee that would fix it. A very cool NHRA program that we run here at Mission Raceway Park and all the other NHRA racetracks. Sorry for the delay in racing. They've decided to give the track just a little rub just to make sure everything is safe to continue racing. Well, if you had me on the FM dial in your pickup truck at 92.7 over at a tailgate party and you had the volume cranked, you would have heard the staging lanes calling for the Outlaw class. So for them, let's do it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pit. Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for motorcycle. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Well, here's a little bit of fun that everybody can have here tonight. The Cowgirls here, the staff at Mission Raceway Park, have hidden a bunch of little colorful ducks. Little mini colorful ducks have been hidden around the beer gardens, on the pit side bleachers, hidden in plain sight. So if you happen to see a little mini duck, you can go visit Shelley outside the pro shop, and they have a whole bunch of prizes for you. So these little mini ducks are hidden all over the place in plain sight. So take a look around, and if you can find one of these little mini ducks, you get a prize. Over at the pro shop, look for the ladies with the cowboy hats on.
I can see 3 right now.
And we can see 3 from the tower, apparently. I don't know where they are. So go find those, a little something to keep you busy, and get some prizes. Always good. Prizes are great. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw, you have been called to the lanes. It's pretty cool that YouTube, how so many racers are posting their runs. We have a posted video with the fella down at the start line right now. Showing his girlfriend Paula the procedures for start lines, starting procedures, and you have somebody in your crew help you position the bike, find the stickiest spot on the racetrack. So Paula have been going out for a long time, so now he's figuring he's going to drag her into the program with him. He's going to learn how to stage the bike. So next round, she's going to be down there and help him position the bike exactly in the perfect spot. You want to stay tuned for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Now, Paul is very famous on YouTube when his Kawasaki Ninja raced against a 1970 Barracuda driven by Don Murray, with over 6 million hits on YouTube. Check out YouTube videos of Mission Raceway Park Friday Night Street Legals. And you got a long history of racers that have been racing here on Friday nights. So Junior Street, they finish at the 8th mile, the 2 cones. They've already passed them. They're done racing. They're coasting right now. Junior Street only goes to the 8th mile. And when you see the 2 cones in the middle of the racetrack, that is the distance that is measured on a clock to calculate the mile per hour at the 8th mile, the 1,000-foot mark, and at the full quarter mile finish line. The second cone is the actual line. The first cone is when the timer starts to measure the mile per hour. Those Junior Streets were running 11:07, 11:48. The win was in the pit lane in that pairing. Junior Street on a single pass up next. And once again, 13 to 17 years old. And she's licensing this evening. You have to go through a process to earn a driver's license, which is pretty cool at show and tell time. Now with a convertible, it would not matter the elapsed time you're running, you still require a helmet. Reaction time for this licensing driver was 0.339, 60 foot of 2.2 seconds. The 8th mile was 71 miles an hour at 10.0019 seconds. That is a very quick run for the Junior Street. So that's it for Junior Street. Up next, Outlaw class. Cars running on slicks. Tailgate party, Outlaw class up next, followed by motorcycle. We have roughly 14 outlaws. No, I said outlaw, not in-law. Don't be nervous. Speaking of outlaws, the Beer Gardens is open this evening with very cold beer. Just located on the pit side of the racetrack at the end of the bleachers. The Pro Shop concession stand are open for yummy food as well. And we have ice cream. That's at the concession stand. Big shout out to Frank and Wendy, who are here for their first time at the Friday Night Street Legals. Welcome to Mission Raceway. And just for you, we have a beer garden. What a great opportunity. And tailgate party, you're looking great over there. Real quick reminder for you folks over there that Mission Raceway Park is a family venue, 0 tolerance for drugs and alcohol. So if you want to have a beer, please come over to the beer gardens to do that. We do have security walking around. All right, potentially a very quick run coming your way. Tailgate party, it's on your side of the racetrack. A parachuted Mustang running Outlaw. Final call for Outlaw. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, this is your final call. We're going to put motorcycle to lane 6. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, lane 6. Motorcycle, you've been called to lane 6. All right, he's in the first ball, fully staged. Bunch of spin. Not going to get a solid pass this time around. But we got lots of night ahead of us. Well, I was going to say this ain't running very well, black smoke, but let's assume diesel. That's pretty cool. I want to pretend I know what kind of car that is, but those taillights are throwing me for a loop. All right, diesel, here we go. Lots of left front wheel off the ground pretty good. A 1.6 60 foot, the 8th mile was 106 miles an hour with a 685. Wow, 125 at the top end of the racetrack with a 10.56. That was cool. Well, that's an old hot rod that the guy assembled on his own, put every single piece in there, and I think he got different taillights in there, I'm sure of it. But now we're going ultra modern. Airbags, air conditioning, backup camera, heated seat. That's a nice combo. 8th mile, 102 miles an hour for Robert McLean in the Corvette. Top end was 124 miles an hour at 10.68 for that Corvette. 116 with an 11.90 elapsed time for the 13 Challenger. '18 Audi with a parachute. $128 at half track with a 5.72. 161.64 miles an hour at 8.75 at the top end of the racetrack. That's one quick Audi. Cool. 117 miles an hour at 12.54 for the spectator lane. This is a quick pickup truck. Running on slicks out of Maple Ridge, 1983 with a 460. Dan Gray. Positioned himself beside a BMW out of Burnaby. Pickup truck. 1230. The BMW 12.70 at 134 miles an hour. That's a bit of a sleeper. I didn't see that coming out of that little black car. Little S10 pickup truck. Racing against a Mustang. That sounded good. 1032 for the pickup truck. Mustang won 11.50. Now, the racers receive a time slip. It's on their phone through a new app, and it shows various numbers down the racetrack. Virtually every cone represents a number they're going to get on their time slip. So they get a reaction time. Reaction time is 6 seconds. That's not a winning launch. Then they get a 60-foot time. 330 feet, 8th mile, they get the reaction or the actual elapsed time and mile per hour at the 8th mile. And at the top end, they get the mile per hour. In this case, 111 miles an hour to 140 for the Audi. Another cool sounding Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class to lanes 1 through 4. '68 Torino. And a 2023 Dodge. Who's going to win this one, folks? Top time, you and your friend. Grudge match. Who's buying the next round at the beer garden? Well, that was easy for the Torino. Easy for him to say. 10.92 at 129 miles an hour. That's a quick little Ford. And the Dodge having a bit of trouble. Hopefully he remembers the take the first available exit we talked about earlier. Now, if you happen to be on a run and you hear something, you see smoke out the back of the vehicle, you hear a big thunk, making noise somewhere, get out of it. Lift your foot off the throttle, get the vehicle stopped as quickly as you can, out of the groove, close to the wall. Then we'll check underneath, make sure there's nothing leaking before you continue. That's the right thing to do. The wrong thing would be to continue blindly to the end of the racetrack and cover the entire return road with oil. So if you notice anything astray on your ride, just pull over and wait for next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. You've been called to lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. That was it for Outlaw. Now we're running motorcycle.
Tower lane number, please. Tower lane.
119 miles an hour into Tower Lane with an 11:54. The other bike was going much slower. Robert Domjan, Dwayne Stevens, pair of Habusas. Losing traction, Tower Lane. Dwayne went 0.35 reaction time, 1.7, 60 foot, 8th mile, 118 miles an hour, 6.44. The finish line was a 9.77, 145.82 miles per hour. Robert ran 139 miles an hour with a 12.00. It's starting to build speed near the end. Trouble with traction. And Chris, spectator lane on a nice solid run. 129.24 to 11.44. You see the motorcycle in the water box right now. Swinging the bike to the left and the right like that enables him to keep the tire more round. If he just kept it straight, he'd develop a flat spot within just a couple of rounds. So they like to do that just to keep their tires flat. So you see Paul and staging the bike. Paula getting him in the exact right spot, right, Paula? Oh, yeah. Oh, Paula, you nailed that. $9.68 for Paul Sidari. You guys are going to have to get matching shirts now, right? Yeah. Very cool. At 10.11 for Ken Christensen. He ran 141 miles an hour. Paul Sidar was 142 miles an hour. And that was it for motorcycle. Now we're moving right into domestic class with a nice looking pair of cars. A car and a truck. Yeah, from the 80s. We should be playing some 80s music right now. That's pretty cool. Gorgeous, gorgeous rides. How fast do they go? Well, no other car show is going to tell you that, but we will. Who's going to win, the truck or the Monte Carlo? Pretty even on the start. Reaction time goes to the Monte Carlo. 60 foot to the pickup truck. 8th mile, Monte Carlo up front. And at the finish line, gets the win. 100.54 miles per hour, 13.65. Now, as a first-time racer, if you go 100 miles per hour, come and see me up in the tower, show me your time slip on your phone, and I'll give you a 100 mile per hour sticker. I also have some stickers for street legal. And I have different seconds. They got a 12-second, 10-second street legal. That's a cool one. So if your time slip shows your street legal car capable of 10 seconds, that would be a cool sticker. I got one for you. Got one for 12 seconds. I believe there's one for 13 seconds. And, of course, the 100 mile per hour sticker as well. Memorial car for Dave's towing. So you get a free tech card for tomorrow.
Tech card for the diesel done tomorrow.
What?
It's the fastest diesel ET, only diesel.
So a little incentive for you diesel racers that are here tonight deciding whether you're going to make a run or not. Well, they've just offered a prize up for this evening. So the quickest ET for diesel tonight gets their tech card paid for tomorrow. You want a free tech entry for tomorrow, the quickest ET for diesel tonight. And they win, what else do they win? Oh, and a $250 gift card to Black Bandit as well. That's pretty cool. So we expect to see more diesels in the next round. 1309 for Len with the 84 S10 and 1515 for the Chevy Camaro. Well, the 67 Ford's running away with this one. 102 at half track. He's booking. Top end, 110 miles an hour, 12.79 ET. Red light reaction time, so disqualified on my score screen, but he did get there first, quicker. The other car ran a 1440 at 88 miles an hour. So in this case, the Friday Night Street Legals, first guy to the finish line wins. But in a bracket race, that red light would have took him out for the day. Or at least for the round. 1310 to a 1380. Close race. Corvette taking on Camaro. Chase with the win, 1180. The Corvette went 12.76. We talked earlier about racing on the Friday Night Street Legals and not needing to have a fast car. A K car would be an example of not having a fast car. 1336 turns on the win light. But what you might not appreciate is that K car actually has a spot for a record. What's the fastest K car in the NHRA? Well, there are actually racers that look for those obscure cars, drill them full of holes, drop all the weight out of them, and set a world record with that class of car just to get their names recognized in the NHRA record book. We used to have a racer, Sean Cavass, that used to race cars just like that, and you would see his name in the back of the NHRA rules and records. Pretty cool. And you can have multiple drivers for the car, so you can see who can make that thing go faster. 12.53 for Lucas Tower Lane and 13.44 for Zico. So tailgate party, we've got 20 domestic cars. Just keeping you informed so you can see what's over here from over there. 13.11 at 107 miles an hour. That was in the spectator lane. Over here in the tower lane, we saw a 1440 on the reader board at 95.95 seconds. Reminder to racers to keep your windows rolled up on the racetrack. Until you leave the racetrack at the far end, leave your windows rolled up. Make sure your air conditioners are all turned off because you drop moisture on the racetrack. You can't have that. So please make sure your air conditioners are turned off. Attention in the pits. Final call, domestic class. Final call for domestic. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Yes, Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Quick pass, 12:35 at 116 miles per hour. Tower lane, a little bit slower. Corey Whitelock in that 2002 Chevy pickup truck, tower lane. That's a pretty good looking truck. I like it. Oh, I like it. The old Camaro from 1977. John Todman over there on the spectator side of the racetrack. Camaro actually losing traction. Pickup truck running away with it. 12.69 for the pickup, 111 miles an hour. The Camaro, 16.14. Spectator side with the wind light turned on, 12:13. The lapse time, 110 miles per hour. And the Buick over here in the tower lane ran at 12.57, just shy of 100 miles an hour. If that car pulls some weight out of the trunk like the spare tire, you might be able to get that 100 mile per hour sticker. Tailgate party, a real cool pairing coming up. A 57 pickup truck and a 57 Chevy Bel Air. Isn't that cool? Those old hot rods would normally be sitting at some car show somewhere, all shined up, and you'd wonder, how fast do they go? Well, the old pickup went 99.54, and that beautiful 57 in the other lane went 105 miles an hour, went in a lapse time of 13.90. 1969 Nova SS. And 66 F-150 with a 347 wins it. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. You've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. So are you a Chev fan or a Dodge fan? Who's going to win this matchup? All right, time for the second round coming up. Well, for you and your friends. Did you first win the first round? Well, here's your chance to win the second round. Both drivers look like they're right now. It's Dodge. Chevy can't catch him. 126 miles an hour. Wow. 12.53. All the messing up on the start line here could have been really improved that elapsed time. But that 126 miles an hour, that's moving. 98 miles an hour for the old Camaro at 16.68. And our final domestic coming your way, tailgate party on your side of the racetrack. And they're followed up by a big pile of Sports Compact behind the tower. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact. Your final call to the lane, Sport Compact. Your final call to the lane. Big diesel pickup truck running in domestic class. 104 at 8th mile. 113 at the finish line with 11.93 for elapsed time. The ET at the 8th mile was a 7.62. Head of staging is looking for Sport Compact. Support Sport Compact, we need you to the lanes. Final call. So those two were Junior Streets. No, they weren't. There we go. I'm going to catch up slowly. 1560 ET and 1635 for the Cobalt. Head of staging gave you Sport Compact racers one last chance. So absolute final call for you guys. Junior Street will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. And Diesel class to lanes 1 and 2. Diesel class to lanes 1 and 2. Exhibition diesel class to lanes 1 and 2. And a reminder, the quickest ET tonight in the diesel class wins their entry fee for tomorrow and a $250 gift card from Bandit. So that's pretty cool. Diesel class lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. Diesel class lanes 1 and 2. 60-foot, 1.7. 8th mile, 94 miles an hour, or 94 miles an hour with a 7.2. The finish line, 115 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 11.58. And the Subaru goes 15.92 at almost 90 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. And Diesel, Exhibition Diesel, you've been called to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're missing one Junior Street. If you're interested in making your run, we'd appreciate if you make it to lanes 5 and 6. And Diesel, Exhibition Diesel, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Jackson Drew out of Langley, BC with a 1996 Chevy S10 with a 4.3 V6. JBS Equipment and Grandpa helping out with this little pickup. So this is Junior Street program. They're going to run to the 8th mile. So the halfway, right to the end of the bleachers is where they're racing to. Reaction time goes to the Little Blazer. And he gets to the finish line with 11.00 at 62 miles per hour. Once again, as young as 13 years old, they run in a bracket weekend. So in a bracket weekend, they do a bunch of test passes. They figure out how quick the vehicle ran. This truck ran 11.00. So then in competition, they face off at the start line with the slower car or truck leaving first. The handicap comes out of the equation at the start line. So the racing happens at the finish line. If both vehicles, if one was running 10 seconds and one was running 11 seconds, one vehicle would leave the start line a full second ahead of the other vehicle. But at the finish line, if they both ran their number exactly what they predicted, and they both have identical reaction times, it would be a tie at the finish line. So if both vehicles run their number, then it boils down to reaction time. What that enables is for people with less money, slower vehicles, to be able to race against the big money cars and beat them. A lot of underdogs prove their first day advantage and get the win. It's a cool sport, bracket racing. But if you are at a bracket race and you see one vehicle leave the start line first, and then a few moments later, the other vehicle will leave, it's not as much fun as the Friday Night Street Legals, where both vehicles run at exactly the same time on the tree. All right, final call for exhibition cars in diesel class. Not exhibition, just diesel class. Diesel pickups. All right. And we're going to take Outlaw to the lanes as well. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw class, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw class, this is your call to the lanes as well. Outlaw to the lanes. So apparently, nobody has, or not every duck has been found. The little mini ducks hidden in the bleachers on the spectator side of the racetrack, apparently not many have been found. So there's still lots for you to hunt down and get yourself a special prize. Look for Sheila with the cowboy hat outside the pro shop, and look for the little mini ducks to win a prize. Diesel making a run. 8th mile, 96 miles an hour, 9.37. The quarter mile was a 14:05 at 104. All right, tailgate party, get ready. We got a great big diesel truck coming your way. So you can allow about a tenth of a second per 100 pounds you remove from your vehicle. I don't know. I think there's some weight that could probably be shed from this ride. One for the record books, 60 foot, 4.03. 8th mile, 17.87 at 42 miles per hour. And a full 26 seconds at 55 miles an hour. I think that's just a little bit faster than a Vespa. One for the record books. Absolutely. just a little start line prep going on. And if you're just showing up at Mission Raceway Park for the evening, welcome to Mission Raceway. And we do have a beer garden tonight. That's on the spectator side, or on the pit side of the racetrack. It's free to come across to the pit side from the spectator side. Just take the Lordco bridge across. And when we have a little break in the action like this, it's a great opportunity for you to catch up on your reading. And take a look at all the signs we have hanging here at Mission Raceway Park. These are all current sponsors. We didn't leave any signs up from last year. These are people right now who are supporting here at Mission Raceway, and we really appreciate their help. So as a race fan paying forward, make sure you reach out to these companies, look into them, see what they are. They probably have something right in line for you. Like if you haven't been to the Factory Direct Tools here in Mission yet, it's a pretty cool spot. They got mining equipment. They make custom signs. They have all kinds of cool stuff. They're like tarp superstore. So look them up, Factory Direct Tools here in Mission. So I've lived all over the Lower Mainland, and once I moved to Mission, I realized that I'd found where I want to raise my family and live forever. This is such a great town with historic downtown Mission and all the cool shops, a movie theater, and an NHRA racetrack. All kinds of tours available on the Fraser River. It's a great spot to live. Be sure to look it up with Remax Realty. Find a great spot for your new shop in the industrial area. Find yourself a beautiful home, maybe a bit of acreage. Mission, probably one of the sweet spots for pricing in the whole Fraser Valley, with Stave Lake, Harrison Lake, Sasquatch Mountain, all just moments away from your back door. Hi, Michelle. Looking forward to the next round of motorcycle. Well, it's going to be fun. Yep, going to be cool. All kinds of cool stuff going on in the motorcycle class tonight. So just a little track prep ahead of Outlaw. And we do have the really cool diesels coming up in this next round. So tailgate party, you've been waiting for those really cool diesel pickup trucks. They're actually fired up and out behind the tower right now. So they're coming up in just a few moments, right after Outlaw. And first car coming around the tower right now, moving into the water box. So back to racing. Thanks a lot for your patience this evening as we ensure that the track is always as safe as possible. So start line crew spraying a little bit more water into the water box. And yes, just water in the water box, nothing else. And they spin the tires to warm them up, to make them even more sticky.
Here comes a couple of Outlaws.
And here come the Outlaws. Tailgate party, just took a look behind the tower, and I got around 20 Outlaws. And then the diesels. Really quick Audi. 148 at half track, 161 at the top end. The Audi was 113 at half track and 130 at half track. No, I'm sorry, 113, 142 at the top end with an elapsed time of 9.77. That's pretty cool. And Anthony Walker, he went 118 at the top end with a 12:32 on the scoreboard. And the white Mustang with the wind light, 11.12, 124 miles per hour. Blue Water Project. Yeah, that was cool. And Clayton went 1189 at 116.43 miles per hour. Now here's that Mustang with the parachute again. Tailgate party. This should be a really fast Mustang. Just been dealing with a little bit of traction earlier tonight. So let's see if he can hook it up in Tower Lane and get a full pull. The mean green Lordco Truth North Turbo JB Auto Care 2019 Mustang out of Squamish, BC with Brad Thomas behind the controls. Big spin. We're looking forward to that thing hooking up. It's going to be quick. Mustang's got some good traction already out of the water box. He was pushing his front wheels. They were sliding. This should be a pretty quick pass coming at you, tailgate party. 2016 Ford Mustang and 1972 Nova Duramax. That's that diesel Nova from a few minutes ago. And Paul Gibbs out of Abbotsford with the Ford Mustang. Well, Paul Gibbs giving a little room for improvement on his next run with the Mustang. Whoa! Big bounce off them back tires. Big torque in that thing. Yeah, it looks like he's got some issues with that rear end. Taking it easy, getting himself off the racetrack. That was a cool car. Just needs a little stronger rear system. Reports he's gotten off the top end of the racetrack. That's good news. Just a little picking up little pieces up here at the start line, and we're back to racing. So now I got a little Chevy S10 racing that big Ford pickup truck. So like 6 more Outlaws, and then the exhibition diesels are coming up. They're pretty cool. The full tilt Peterbilt just set a new record at the Rocky Mountain Nationals July 16th with a pass of a 1094 at 125 miles an hour. He's coming up next. Full Trap facing off with the Beast, the 2018 world record holder. Mario behind the wheel. Mario is going to come up in a little while and do the Racer Spotlight. Tell us all about that class and where they're off to this summer. That should be pretty cool. Stay tuned for that right around 8 o'clock or 7:30, a little later this evening. Nice matchup. Looks like the little Chevy's going to get the win. Spectator side of the racetrack goes 1032, 129. 115 for the old Ford pickup truck, going 11.71. The Nova goes 1146, 116 miles an hour. The 2023 Dodge ran 143 miles an hour with a 10.56. Now, reaction time for Nash at the start line with that green Dodge was over 4 seconds. But the reaction time does not show in the elapsed time. The elapsed time is what it took once you decided to leave 4 seconds later. Attention in the pits, motorcycle lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. Lane 6 for motorcycle. A 1083 was quicker than that 1215 on the spectator side of the racetrack. The 68 Torino getting the win light. Now, old school taking on new school, like almost extreme levels. At 57, taking on a 13, or a 23, a 13 C8. I'm funny. Well, reform school, cool school. 57 Chevy. They're second, running 15 seconds. Corvette ran 11.17, 120 miles per hour. Okay, spectators, tailgate party, get ready. Here's those 2 diesel pickup or exhibition trucks we were telling you about. The full tilt Peterbilt, driven and owned by Dave Stewart. Both racers, they're going to run them single. That's good, double fun. Both these pickups, both these trucks out of Alberta, from way out east in Alberta. And how fitting on our country theme evening here at Mission Raceway Park. Howdy to all the Albertans. Oh, a John Force style burnout, that's cool. The full tilt Peterbilt, driven by Dave Stewart. 1981 359 Peterbilt C15 Caterpillar 740 Allison transmission, over 2,800 horsepower with 4,000 pounds of torque on diesel fuel only. Takes 10 liters of diesel per run, sprays 10 pounds of nitrous per run, 30 pounds of ice per run. Sounds like a shopping list. He was the 2024 NHRA RDA Hot Rod Semi World Champion with an 11:20 at that time, which he just beat at the Rocky Mountain Nationals July 16th this year, where he ran a 10:94 at 125 miles an hour. Let's see if the low altitude at Mission Raceway can shatter that record. So he's trying to beat a 10:94. Can he do it? Let's cheer him on. He's got it. Missionaire. Not this time, 11:17, 120 miles an hour. Up next, the Beast. He was a 2018 world record holder. The engine is a Cat C15 ISH, 118 millimeter and 143 millimeter precision turbos. It's got a Kenny's clutch, fast diesel fuel system, estimated around 4,000 horsepower and 7,000 foot-pounds of torque with an 18-speed transmission. The quickest ET tonight wins their entry fee into tomorrow's event here at Mission Raceway Park. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Still spinning at about 330 feet. Woo! That's cool. Make some noise for that racer. Man, oh man. John 4 style burnouts from both of these trucks. Little purge of the nitrous system coming out of the hood. That's that little spray you just saw. Making sure there's no air. He just wants straight on nitrous. Tailgate party, here he comes. Man, he could haul some logs with that. 12:29 and 111 miles an hour. Half track was already 104 miles an hour with a 7.91 ET. 60 foot was 1.72. That was cool. All right, up next, motorcycle class. So the motorcycle class is a pretty cool class here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Once again, we want to thank all our sponsors and all the racers for the Friday Night Street Legals. All the racers showing up and racing here on the track and not on the street keeps all the streets safer, and we appreciate it. So make sure as a race fan when you're walking around tonight and you see one of your favorite racers that you pat him on the back, her on the back, and say thank you for racing on the strip and not on the street. It's pretty cool. Now, these motorcycles are super fast to begin with. We have a gentleman over 70 years old that races a Hayabusa with turbo. You know, it's not fast enough. A lot of these bikes running on nitrous, turbos, making them as quick as they can, and putting extended swing arms on them so they can get a better launch. Some of these motorcycles over 160 miles an hour at the Friday night street legals. And it's a really good sport to build with your family and friends and your girlfriend and boyfriend as well. Father and son racing motorcycle. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Yes, domestic class, you have been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes. So tonight, if you're here on a first date with someone, well, that person is super special. Yes, they are. They know where to have fun at a good family venue. Look at all the families and friends smiling and having fun tonight, and all the people that work on these cool rides. That is a lot of talent, a lot of dedication, and some really cool folks hanging out at the Friday nights. So thanks for being here. And if you're here on a first date, well, that person is an absolute keeper. When you're sitting in the back of your pickup truck, that bed that never needs to be made with the romantic glow of the cargo light, sitting on a real comfy chair with a little snack cooler with you, you can't beat that. No way. So as families develop a passion for the sport, you'll see many of the racing families in the bracket weekend with their kids running in juniors, dragsters, junior street, junior thunder, junior lightning. A very full family event on the bracket weekends. And we see that family here on the Friday nights as well, with father and son racing motorcycle, and Paul Sidar tonight coaching his girlfriend on the start line procedure so she can be part of it going forward all the way through in the future. So a start line position is very important. And if you have somebody on your team that can help you spot the exact spot on the start line where it's extra sticky, well, that person can really benefit you with your reaction time or your launch time, your 60-foot time. So it's critical and very special to have somebody on your side that way. So tonight, Paula's learning the procedure with Paul Sidar. And they're going to be coming up in just a couple of moments on the start line with their first attempt at placing him in the right spot. That should be pretty cool. And yes, the beer gardens are open. I had my friends Wendy and Frank notify me that they were at the beer garden just to make fun of me, but that's all right. We'll make up for that next week at the other place where we hang out. We'll do our best. Well, they haven't found all the ducks yet. We're still looking for the ducks where you can win a prize if you find a duck. Now, apparently, there's one blue duck. And if you can find the blue duck, it gets you 2 free passes for the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend. So a little small blue duck hidden somewhere in plain sight near the on the pit side bleachers and around the beer garden. Now that blue duck needs to be claimed by an adult. So we have to give the little baby blue duck to an adult to claim the prize, and it's a big prize. A full weekend pass for the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So look around for the little mini ducks. You can win a prize, and if you happen to find the blue one, it's a big prize. Go visit Shelley outside the pro shop wearing the cowboy hats to claim your prize. So I just got a text from Frank and Wendy. Their first night at the Friday Night Street Legals, and they're saying they're having a blast. Well, that's awesome, and I knew you would. And I look forward to seeing you guys back for a lot more Friday nights here at Mission Raceway Park, and invite a few friends with you as well. A great cheap night out. And in fact, if you live in Mission, Mr. Lube and Tires across from Rocco's Diner is sponsoring this year free entry for Mission residents. So be sure if you need a oil change, your summer service, go visit Mr. Lube and Tires. And obviously tires, well, when winter comes along, who you're gonna go see? Mr. Lube and Tires here in Mission. Make sure when you go for your summer service, you get all your fluids done, your filters, let them go through and make sure that you're gonna be reliable for the entire summer holiday. So thanks to Mr. Lube and Tire here in Mission for sponsoring Mission residents getting in for free. All Mission residents, make sure you pay forward and go get your summer service at Mr. Lube. Mention you heard about them here at Mission Raceway Park and thank them for their support of this Friday night Street Legals and all the other events here at Mission Raceway. Lots of stuff coming up this year as well. The BC Old Time Drags are going to be here on August 1st to 3rd. It's their 60th anniversary for the BC Old Time Drags. That's pretty cool. It's a fun event. It has a show and shine on Saturday and Sunday, and some of the coolest cars you'll ever see. Racers up to 1972 on that weekend. And as just mentioned a few minutes ago, yes, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder is returning this year. Grab a schedule, print it out online, post it on the fridge, and make sure you don't miss a single event here at Mission Raceway Park. If we're not drag racing, then there's road racing going on, or drifting. They race motorcycles, they race cars, super classes of cars as well. Road course at the far end of the racetrack. Their straight stretch is our shutdown area. You can see the map online as well. You can also watch the Friday Night Street Legals on YouTube with Lordco TV, and that's a cool feature. You can play it back tomorrow morning and watch some of the highlights from this evening. Big shout out to Mission Raceway Park staff. Thanks for all your hard work tonight, and a big shout out to your families as well for letting you off the hook to hang out with us at the Friday Night Street Legals. Tailgate party, I look behind the tower right now and I see, I'm going to guess around 30 cars lined up in the domestic class. And with just a little bit of track prep ahead of motorcycle, we're going to follow that by domestic. Typically, motorcycle follows the Outlaw class, but tonight we had the exhibition diesel trucks running. And the ETs out of those exhibition trucks tonight were a 1229 at 111 miles an hour for the last truck, and 1118 for Peterbilt. So that's Brian on the quad. He's just spraying a little bit of sticky compound down on the racetrack. Make everything stick even better. So as the track prep goes on, I want to thank you for your patience. And this is a great opportunity for you to catch up on your reading. One of the signs I see are KMS tools. I was at KMS the other day and I spotted outside the front door a great big collection bin where they collect old power tools that you don't use anymore. Donate them to schools and places in need. So if you have old power tools, you've tried selling them, and you can't sell them, you can donate them in the bin at KMS Tools for donation to needy folks. Right around this time every Friday night, we want to take an opportunity to welcome all the veterans here to Mission Raceway Park. Want to thank you wholeheartedly for your service. And thank you for being here with us on the Friday Night Street Legals. All the veterans here tonight, thank you for hanging out, and thank you for your service. And we don't want to forget those in active duty right now. If you're ever overseas or working in the military and you're thinking about us on the Friday Night Street Legals, right around this time every Friday night, we're thinking about you too. So thank you to everybody in active service as well, around the world right now, keeping world peace and keeping our shores safe. Thanks for hanging out with us at the Friday Night Street Legals. All right, first pairing in motorcycle, Legal Ant, Dwayne Stevens, pair of Hayabusas. Legal Ant, Tower Lane, retired ironworker, over 70 years old. What are you going to do in your retirement? This looks like a lot of fun. Oh, no tree for these guys. We're not going to see the numbers, unfortunately. Here's that quick Harley again. Non-extended swing arm, so the 60-foot not so great, but the finish line top speed for this little Harley Davidson in the Tower Lane is unbelievable. .1058 for the win light for Dwayne Stevens. 147 miles an hour. That was on a Hayabusa. And a Suzuki, actually, in this lane went 1120. 124 miles per hour. Chris Rathy. Racing against Travis Gallant in that little bike. Well, I'm going to give this one to the Tower Lane because I'm a betting man. 1075 at 141 miles an hour. And the little bike over there on the spectator side of the racetrack ran 20.21 at 59 miles an hour. Not our slowest run of the night. That great big transport truck ran 28. I have some friends that race motorcycle in the road course at the far end of the racetrack, and they were out a couple weeks ago when we started a Friday Night Street Legal. So I was mentioning to them at work the day after, I said, you guys should all come and enter the Friday Night Street Legals to work on your launches, to work on your 60-foot time. They're not too interested in the quarter mile, but to work on their start time for when they start the race, that would be a really good idea. He thought it was not a bad idea. So perhaps we'll see some of them at the next event where they're racing on the road course. and we have a Friday Night Street Legals. That would be cool. Well, Keith Smith's going to get the win, top end of the racetrack. With 11:34. All right, we've been talking about this tonight. We got Paul out on the start line, getting position for Paul. To get that bike staged correctly, Paul's gonna, looks like Paul's having some issues here. What the heck's going on? What did he break this time? What's going on, Paul? Ah, he dropped something. Oh my goodness, he's proposing to Paula at the start line. Are you guys catching this? Oh my goodness. And she says, looks like a yes to me. Yes, all right. Congratulations to Paula and Paul for getting engaged in the start line here at Mission Raceway Park. Tailgate party, you're not seeing it from the top end, but we just had a proposal on the start line with Paul Sadar. Congratulations, that is so awesome. What a spectacular night in motorcycle class. Oh man, and we're here for it. That is so cool. Congratulations, Paul. Well, hopefully you're catching that at home on the Lordco TV. That's what went down. All right, Paul. What a cool night. Well, the future Mrs. Sadar getting her husband Paul staged at the start line. What a warm moment at the Friday Night Street Legals. And you're here on your first date. See what could lead to this? That's incredible. .141 miles an hour, 9.8 for Paul Sadar. Yeah. Congratulations, sweetie. That was it for motorcycle. That's gonna be hard to beat. A hard moment to beat. But we're gonna give it a good college try. Cam Gordon. That beautiful Chevy Monte Carlo from 1984 facing off with a 2023 Dodge Hellcat. On paper, it should be the Hellcat, but we're at Mission Raceway Park. Anything is possible. It's looking good. No, here comes the Hellcat. .124 miles an hour, 12.02. The Monte Carlo went 99.96, 13.44. Just shy of 100 miles per hour. Get that racer to pull some junk out of the rear of that car. Get the weight down. You can squeak that 100-mile-an-hour sticker out of this car tonight. 1966 F100 with a 347 Windsor under the hood. What a cool truck. With a 95 Camaro in the Tower Lane going 14.24, the win for the pickup. A 12.95 at 106 miles per hour. And the Dave's Towing Memorial car out running tonight in memory of Dave Sipox. A close friend to the Friday Night Street Legal posse. Pickup truck losing traction still at 330. We miss you, Dave. 1467 out of the Mustang at 93 miles per hour. 88 miles per hour at 17.58 for the vehicle in the other lane. Pickup truck losing traction to 300 feet. What a beautiful pickup truck from 1980, a C10. It was 14.1, 94 miles per hour. John Todman ran a 1546 at 91 miles an hour. A nice matchup. 73 Pontiac and an 07 Corvette. Great opportunity for pastime, top time. Who's going to get there first? Next time goes to the Pontiac. 60 foot to the Corvette. And he never looks back. Gets a 1270 wind light, 111 miles an hour, 90.14 for the Pontiac, doing an elapsed time of 14.36 seconds. Oh, the Monroe pickup truck out of the groove there. Hopefully nothing too serious. 1169, 127 miles an hour in the spectator side of the racetrack, and Monroe family pickup truck having a little trouble here around, with a passenger. We'll get that sorted out and back to racing as quick as we can. Meanwhile, you got a chance to read all the signage here at Mission Raceway Park. Please take the time to read the signage. Those are all our sponsors we're super proud of, like Lordco Auto Parts, Mopac Auto Supply, Enrico's Differential Solutions, portable building supplied by Job Portable Buildings. And then there's TCS Transmission Products and Torque Converters, Titanium Auto Group Sales and Leasing. Just a couple examples of the signs here at the track. Please take time to read them. We're real proud of all those sponsors. If you visit in the pit area and you check out the cool car, your favorite racer, make sure you take just a moment to thank that racer for racing at Mission Raceway Park and never racing on the street. I'm one of the lucky ones that works from home most of the time, but once in a while I do go on site visits. One of my customers way out at UBC, riding from Mission to UBC in a standard Jeep. Not a lot of fun. It makes me appreciate all the people on the highway every morning, plugging up the roads, getting back and forth from work. All those hard-working people. Thank you all for your work and dedication to your trade. And I can appreciate all your hard work. And we love having the Friday night street legals for you to forget about your week at work and just smile and enjoy yourself on a Friday night, and then you still have the whole weekend ahead of you. Thanks for being here with us on the Friday nights. Well, that's a good sign. No cleanup required. Just got to tow them off the track. So I was mentioning a little while ago that I'm not going to be around for the first couple of Friday nights in August. I got pre-planned holidays, but August 8th is going to be a spectacular night. It's drift and drags. So you got drift cars going on and drag racing. But something real special for August 8th, it's ladies' night. So if you ever thought of drag racing, you could race for free. Ladies' night. It's a $50 entry fee to go racing on a Friday night street legals, but for the ladies on August 8th, it's free. Not only that, a lot of the bracket racers hang out on that Friday night, ladies' night. A lot of the lady racers from the weekends, like Sylvia, Hookston, and Veronica, and a bunch of other ladies that race in bracket and are very serious about it. They hang out on that Friday night and they give pointers, they give lessons, they teach you about the sport of drag racing. And we've seen people cut their teeth on that, enter into the bracket series, and become diehard drag racers on the bracket series. So if you want to check out drag racing for free, ladies' night, August 8th. And it's a drift and drag. It's going to be a spectacular night. And I might consider canceling my holidays, but that would get me in all kinds of trouble. So I'm going to not be here those nights, but you guys should be. That is going to be a cool evening. There's a good chance that our world-renowned Kevin Ness will be announcing on those nights. So stay tuned for more information on those evenings. Wind light on, 1204 pit lane, 123 miles an hour. The other lane went at 1256 at 113. Allen, the 67 Ford, Gets the wind light turned on, 1242 at 110 miles an hour. The other vehicle was quicker at 119 miles an hour in speed, but ET, the elapsed time, the number in the top of the scoreboard, was slower. It was 11.16. Nice sounding Dodge. 1286, 111 miles an hour, 103 miles an hour at 14.16 for the Ford. Another Ford Dodge matchup. Grudge match. Who's going to get to the top end first? Who's buying the next round? It would be the person that picked that Challenger. You bet. That's a call for Sport Compact to the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Yes, Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. (1972) Buick, 1306 at 97 miles per hour. Spectator lane ran a 1576. That's a nice looking SS Blazer in the tower lane. 06 out of Bellingham. Like to welcome all Americans here tonight. Always great to see you up in Canada. Spectator lane gets there quick and first with 1198 at 111 miles per hour. The 06 Chevy Blazer goes 102 miles per hour at 14.10. To go 100 miles per hour to the top end of the racetrack is actually quite fast. If you were a passenger, you would be pretty impressed. That's a really quick run. Gives you a good reference. The 84 S10 losing traction on the start line. Matt Dawson goes 1308, 103. The Camaro ran a 1337 at 109. The Blue Duck has been found. So the 2 free passes for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder have been claimed. But there are more ducks and more prizes, so keep looking. 1759 for the win light over a 1774. A Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Here's that old school matchup once again. Pair of 57s, a pickup and a Bel Air. The Bel Air with the win, 1298, 107. The pickup truck, 105 miles per hour. ...2017 Camaro gets there first in the Lordco lane, going 1185, 116 miles per hour. So, seeing lots of cowboy hats around tonight. That's kind of cool. Howdy to all the cowpokes out here tonight for our country-themed night here at Mission Raceway Park. Howdy. And how fitting with all the Albertans here tonight. Glenn DeJong, 1120, 123 miles an hour with the 69 Nova SS. And Liam Logan ran 94 miles an hour at 1460. Rob Buchanan, 72 Demon. Spectator side of the race, or the pit side of the racetrack is going to get the win light, 1302 at 107. And Dean Bicknell ran 100 miles an hour. Gets the 100 mile per hour sticker if he wants to claim it up in the tower. Went 13.79 for elapsed time. ...1968, 440 Dodge. 1192, 117 miles per hour. 1521, spectator side of the racetrack, 92.63 for speed. Tailgate party over on the spectator side of the racetrack. You guys are looking awesome tonight. Nice lineup. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. You should be in the lanes 1 and 2. The little green light, spectator side of the racetrack, 1381. The ET at 96.17 miles per hour, 90.33 to speed. Pit lane, 1296 ET. Pair of Dodges, a 4-door and a 2-door. $12.97 to a $14.89. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Yes, Junior Street, you have been called to the lanes 5 and 6. $15.43 for the win light. 94 miles per hour at 68 miles an hour and an ET of 20.02 for the Cobalt. Those are pretty quick vehicles, 114 and 116 miles per hour. Both vehicles running 11-second runs. Which VW? The Love Bug gonna get the win. $11.23 to a $11.32. Close matchup. Both vehicles doing just north of 120 miles per hour. Once again, a reminder, punch buggy off the table at Mission Raceway Friday Night Street Legals. Nice sounding car. 11.10, 124 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. That was booking. Sounded awesome as well. 97.57 at 14.58 ET, Tower Lane. BRZ and a Subaru. Pretty even matchup. 1337 or 1587 to a 1594. Your margin of victory was 9/1000ths of a second. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Diesel pickups, not the exhibition cars, but all the other diesels will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Diesel pickup to lanes 1 and 2, not the exhibition cars. Cars, trucks, big trucks. In that pair, the quicker ET was in the spectator lane at 1525. A Hyundai and a Porsche. I'm going to put the money on the Porsche. I know you all did as well. Reaction time? Not the Porsche. The Hyundai gets reaction time. The 2024 McLaren racing against a Porsche. McLaren ran 131 miles an hour, 10.89 ET. That was moving. 112 miles an hour for the Porsche, running an elapsed time of 12.48. Well, that was pretty cool. A racer coming up to claim his 100-mile-per-hour sticker, telling us it's his first night racing at Mission Raceway Park. That's pretty cool. Never too late to start. And once again, August 8th, ladies' night, you get to start drag racing for free and getting all kinds of pointers. Hopefully you can make it out for that evening. Pretty good matchup. Junior Street ran 12:88 for Jackson Dew. Lyndon Reynolds ran a 65-mile-an-hour run at 11:16. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for diesel pickup. Diesel pickup. Diesel vehicles running, not the exhibition cars. Your final call to the lanes 1 and 2. Final call, diesel trucks. And final Junior Street, running to 8th mile in a Mustang. And ended up being second place in the recent JBS doubleheader. Goes 10:05, 71 miles an hour, reaction time of 0.14. Now in the weekend events, their reaction time is how they qualify, how they're laddered up at the end of the day in the actual class. So reaction time, super important to Junior Street, Junior Dragsters, Thunder, and Lightning. Bear diesel pickups.
He's reset. Go for it.
13.99, 104 for that last truck. We're resetting the tree single pass for the diesel pickup truck over here in the Lordco lane. Tailgate party, another diesel. Attention in the pits, Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Outlaw, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Yes, Outlaw, you have been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for motorcycle. Pair of diesel pickup trucks at the start line, launching, getting the tree staged. Top bulbs. Both trucks locked in. Here we go. So much torque. 11:59, 119 miles an hour for the Winlight. 93.09 with an ET of 14.14 over here in the TCS lane. So if you're just showing up to Mission Raceway Park, we do have a beer garden this evening over on the pit side of the racetrack. Free to come over from the spectator side of the racetrack. Now, that's for the people that are just getting here. Now, for the people that are leaving early, thanks for coming out. We're doing it again next Friday night. And actually, the next 44 Friday nights in a row. So we hope to see you for every one of them, including the August 8th Friday night, Drift and Drags, and Ladies' Night. That should be spectacular. But if you are leaving, we've got a huge favor to ask of you. When you leave the facility, please leave in a courteous, quiet manner. Don't be doing no burnouts or racing away from the track. If you did, you got the wrong message. Driving fast and horsing around, that's on the racetrack. Off the racetrack and on the streets, follow the rules of the road. Use your road sense, and let's keep everybody safe. So please leave in a quiet, courteous manner when you leave the racetrack tonight. Show some respect to our neighbors, and show everyone that you did get the message. Oh, we just had a third racer, actually a husband and wife team racing here tonight for the very first time, claiming their 100-mile-per-hour stickers. And that's like the third person in the tower here tonight for the very first time drag racing. That is so cool. Hopefully you get it real bad, get the bug real bad, and you start hanging out on the bracket weekends where you're going to meet so many cool people and make so many lifelong friends. You're going to wish you started a lot sooner. So come hang out on a bracket weekend and hang out with all the racers, all the families, and make yourself a bunch of new, really cool friends. The more the merrier. '57 Chevy Bel Air goes 1409. The 08 BMW ran a 1053, 132 miles an hour. Here's that real quick Audi back at the start line, the one with the parachute. So tailgate party, get ready. Here comes that quick Audi. Pair of Audis, both from 2018. One with a parachute, tower lane. .904, 161 miles per hour. Wow, that was booking. Attention in the pits, final call for Outlaw. Attention in the pits, final call for Outlaw, and we'll take motorcycle to lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. Motorcycle, you have been called to the lanes. Motorcycle will take you to lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. What a great sounding Mustang. 2016. 8th mile was doing 121 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. 121 miles an hour. Wow. Top end 134.25 for speed. Elapsed time 10.89. Ooh, he was moving. 113 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 9.98. And that was for Ernie. In the tower lane. Calls himself a home wrecker. Sure there's a story behind that one. 2023 Corvette Ross Walker getting to the finish line, doing 112 at the 8th and 120 at the top. 11.22 the ET. 1216 Tower Lane for the V-dub, doing 123 miles an hour. We said earlier 100 to the top end is fast. 123 for a VW, well, that's moving. Cool old Ford pickup truck taking on a 2019 Challenger with a 382 Hemi. Who's going to win, the pickup truck or the big old Dodge Hemi? So far, it's pickup. And pickup at the finish line, 1168 to an 1173. $131 miles an hour at half track for the Mustang with a 709 for ET. Finish line was 144 miles an hour, 10.54. The 03 S10 ran 129 miles an hour, wow, at 10.28 seconds. Man, would that be a fun ride. Mustang taking on Dodge, top time. Who's going to get there first? Grudge match, you and your friends. Who's going to win, the green one or the white one? The green one? I'm going to take the white one now. Okay, you're going green, I'm going white. And no, I'm not buying the next round. I'm not allowed to. It's a work thing. Really let you down. Although, you see the negative in front of the number on the left screen, that's red light reaction time. So really, the Mustang, the Brewer Water project, is disqualified. So even though he got a 3.7 second reaction time, the Dodge gets the win light because of the red light reaction time. So the Dodge did win. Got a 9.71, 144 miles an hour. Once he finally decided to take off. But the red light reaction time for the Mustang gives you in the green Dodge the win. Natural, 1968 Torino and a 25 Corvette. Oh, what a close race. 1061 for the win to a 1069. Very similar reaction times. The Corvette was quicker to 60 foot with a 1.5 and made it all the way to the 8th mile at 117 miles an hour. The Torino was 120 at the end of the bleachers. Wow. Attention in the pits, final call for motorcycle. Final call for motorcycle. The K&D racing team heading up track. And Darren with the win goes 1078 to the 1122 from Karen. They were up last Friday night for the Racer Spotlight. It was cool to hear them talk about their cars and their truck. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you have been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Single pass. 2018 Dodge goes 993, 139 miles per hour. All right, here's that Mustang with the parachute again. Both runs previous, spinning the tires. Let's see if he can get it hooked up. All right, tailgate party. Spectator side of the racetrack, a very quick Mustang struggling with hooking up. Let's see if he can get it hooked up. He's going to be moving if he does. Oh, no traction. Got to change the setup of the rear diff in that car. Just not tossing the weight back enough, just hanging forward. So the rubber duckies have not all been found, but our cowgirls that were giving out the prizes are taken off for the evening. So if you do find another rubber ducky, the mini rubber duckies that we've stashed around the racetrack tonight, you can bring it up to the second floor of the timing tower to claim your prize. Veteran starter support Paula with her new fiance, Paul Sadar at the start line, Tower Lane. And Dwayne Stevens, 08 Hayabusa. Gonna challenge Paul. Pair of bikes coming your way. 1.59, 60 foot for Paul. Dwayne went 1.7. At the finish line, the win light to Paul Sadar, 9.72 to a 9.64. So the slower bike getting a win based on whole shot, start line advantage for Paul Sadar. 141 miles an hour for Paul. Dwayne was doing 147. All right, tailgate party. We got 4 bikes, and then we're heading straight into domestic class with a ton of cars behind the tower. Win light, spectator side of the racetrack. 10:48, 145 miles an hour. 8th mile at the end of the bleachers, doing 133 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. Holy moly. 122. At the end of the bleachers over here in the Tower Lane, the finish line was 130 miles an hour, 11.27. Those machines are fast. Nice matchup, 126 miles an hour at 1080 for the win light for the Sportster. That is so cool. Mountain View Harley Davidson, 25 Sportster, 1250 cc, 126 miles an hour at 1080. Half track, 104 miles an hour. That is so cool. 1144 for Keith Schmidt with the 01 Harley doing 116 miles an hour. Lee Gallant, 124 at half track, 140 top end, 150 at the top end with a 935. Chris Rathy and Ken Christensen racing. Ken Christensen way That sounded cool. 139 miles an hour, 10.29 for the win. Chris was doing 140 with a 10.59. And that was it for motorcycle, heading into domestic. Domestic class up next. Oh, a little change in the program. Domestic class all lined up ready to go, but so is that big diesel pickup truck. So we're just going to run one for this round. As he tries to break his recent record, the Beast. All right, he'll get the thing spooled up. Man, the air coming out of this truck is unbelievable. Well, a John Force style burnout out of a transport truck, that's pretty cool. All right, here comes the Beast. 118 millimeter and 143 millimeter precision turbos. Estimated to be around 4,000 horsepower and 7,000 foot-pounds of torque. $112 miles an hour to top end. He was doing 106 at the end of the bleachers. or sorry, 90 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. I'm looking at 1,000 foot all the time. 112 at the finish line with an elapsed time of 12.01. Up next, domestic class. If you're thinking to yourself right now, a nice warm coffee, maybe some mini donuts, Barry and Shelley are here. They're located under the pit side bleachers, where the BS is always flying. B&S Coffee Shop here underneath the bleachers, featuring delicious coffee and those delicious mini donuts. A couple up in the tower just a few minutes ago talking about reaction time. Where the wife is better in reaction time, I suggested to the husband that he eat a Snickers bar, but a bag of mini donuts will improve your reaction time, guaranteed. Thanks to Barry and Shelley for being here tonight. Thanks for all you race fans, your patience, as we give the track just once, going over, getting it ready for domestic. Coming up in just a couple of moments. Here we go, back to racing. We're going to start off with a Ford racing a Chevy. Top time, who's going to get there first? Well, pickup truck on this side of the racetrack having a little trouble with traction. Gives the win to the Ford, 13:03 to a 16:15. A 2001 GMC pickup truck. Southwick out of Bellingham, Washington. Chase Cranmore out of Surrey with a 2017 Camaro. Nice race. Pickup with the win goes 11.88 to the Camaro's 11.80. Pickup truck a little bit slower than the Camaro. Reaction time making up the difference. Twice as good in reaction time. A whole shot win for the pickup over the Camaro. The bow tie with the win. 13:52 at 99.67. Still hasn't shed that weight out of the trunk yet. Get rid of about 100. No, what are we at? 6. You need 400 pounds out of there to get that at 100. Another close one. 13:20 for the win. 13:95 Lordco Lane. Shannon McDonald, our starter, giving a few pointers to the racer in the Lordco lane. Nice sounding little Chevy, little Blazer doing 104 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 14:35. The Camaro ran a 15:19. Little Mustang racing a 64 Chevelle. Alex Dobie. Gorgeous car on the spectator side of the racetrack. Turns on the wind light 1393 at 95.62. The Mustang ran 92 miles an hour with an ET of 15.58. $12.28 for the wind light, 110 miles an hour. $11.74 turns on the green light. Spectator side of the racetrack doing 126 miles an hour. $12.18 turns on the wind light, 118 miles an hour for the Corvette from 2006. The 73 Pontiac ran 14.73. Nice looking 1972 Buick. A 455 under the hood out of North Vancouver. Brad Sutton. Troy Black driving. Dave's towing. Ford Mustang. $12.53 for the Nova. 108 miles an hour. Dave's Mustang ran a 1470 at 92.27. Dodge taking on Chevy. Close matchup. The wind light goes to the Camaro. 1235 to a 1296. Mustang getting away first, but that Camaro sounds awesome. GSS Auto. 1165. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Spectator side of the racetrack there first with a 1294. $16.69 gets the win light.
We have one more guy here for us.
Well, a pair of Camaros. Pretty well side by side. That's cool. The older Camaro gets there first, $14.97 for the win. The newer Camaro was going $15.52. Pair of Dodges. Win light, spectator lane, 1298, 106 miles per hour. (1972) Buick, 2002 pickup. Nice looking truck. Goes 114 miles per hour, 1246 ET. A very quick truck. Very quick truck. Eighth mile was an 8.17. The little Buick having some trouble here. Just going to turn it into a Sunday drive. Not too sure what happened with that last car, but taking his time leaving the track.
I got 5 more domestic.
72 Demon and a 67 Ford. You going with the Demon or you going with the Ford? Ford, 1247 for the win. to a 13:12. The Ford was doing 110 across the finish. All right, Kathy Gee and Nick Gee, they were up a little while ago saying he's faster, but she's quicker off the tree. So Kathy Gee, first race, wants to beat husband Nick into 57 Bel Air. Husband and wife. Fun hobby. Yeah, you want to spend some time with your wife, just buy her a Bel Air or a little 57 pickup. Reaction time goes to Nick this time, 0.74. He took my advice and got a bag of mini donuts. Goes 12.68 for the win over his wife's 14.76. The little Bel Air goes 111 miles an hour, and the pickup truck was 95 miles an hour. Their first night drag racing here at Mission Raceway Park. What a cool evening. That couple racing for the very first time, and Paul Sadar proposing on the start line to Paula in motorcycle class. What a great night at the Friday Night Street Legals. Cool. It'd be hard to beat this one next weekend. But we're going to give it a good college try once again. 12.86 for the 440 Dodge. At 107 miles an hour, the AMC went 99.14 with an ET of 14.69. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. You should already be in the lane. Sport Compact, your last call to the lanes. We talked about this earlier. You don't have to be fast to go drag racing at the Friday Night Street Legals. This pickup truck ran 18.60. Ultimate goal is for that driver to come back and on the next round to run 18.60. And then come back on a third round and run 18.60. And then enter a bracket weekend and predict he will run 18.60. And as long as he runs 18.60, that's a perfect run. No matter how fast the other car is, if the other car doesn't get a perfect round, this pickup truck could win with an 18-second run. Bracket racing is cool, gives everybody the same advantage. It just boils down to reaction time and running your number. If you got a triple zip reaction time and you ran your number, that's a perfect package, which is very, very rare. Typical championships are determined with people that get a reaction time in the neighborhood of about 0.20 on average to be the winner on the weekend. Anything less than that, well, you'll be runner-up probably. So check out a bracket weekend and join the fun. Gets the win light, 14:48. Tower Lane, do 95 miles per hour. And the Cobalt ran 77 miles an hour with an ET of 17.41. Beautiful car on the start line, 2023 Porsche. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you have been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. The Porsche ran 128 miles per hour with an ET of 10.80. The BMW in the opposing lane, just shy of 100 miles an hour with an ET of 13.84. Final call for Sport Compact. Final call, Sport Compact. The High-Tech's Volks from 1962 from Mission, BC. Sam Wood, Tower Lane. Dakota Lee, 23 BMW. Who's going to win? The Volkswagen or the BMW? Top time. Not Herbie's first rodeo. Get it? Rodeo? Country night? Howdy. Oh, I'm trying my best. Herbie goes 11:37, 119 miles an hour, 13:30 at 106 for Dakota Lee. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Diesel trucks, not the exhibition trucks, all the other diesels. We're going to take you to lanes 2 and 3. Apparently it's a little tight on corner 1 for you. So on lane 1. So lanes 2 and 3 for diesel trucks, please. Attention in the pits. Diesel trucks. Lanes 2 and 3. Wind light on. Tower lane 1245 at 110 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Diesel trucks to lanes 2 and 3. So just a little friendly reminder to everyone here at Mission Raceway Park as we all try to do the best we can in our community. Let's remember July in Christmas, Christmas in July, and that's in reference to our food bank. Make sure when you do your groceries that you give a little bit back to the food bank. When you give money at the till to the food bank, the grocery store pools all that money and they get a better deal on food so they're able to do more. So just a little reminder that it should be Christmas all the time when it's referencing the food bank. So Christmas in July, folks, don't forget the food bank. '98 Acura and a '96 Chevy Blazer. JBS Equipment and Grandpa, the sponsors for Jackson Dew. Second Gen Racing and Hoosier Tire, the sponsor for Lyndon Reynolds out of Mission in the Acura. So Junior Street, they're going to end their race at the end of the bleachers, 8th mile. Attention in the pits, diesel trucks to lanes 2 and 3. Diesel truck, lanes 2 and 3. Jackson Dew went red on reaction time, would have been disqualified in a bracket race, would not have positioned in the ladder with that type of reaction time. Reaction time goes to Linden with a .2. ET was a 1090 for the Blazer from JBS Equipment and Grandpa. And the Second Gen Racing and Hoosier Tire, Acura ran 11.11 at 65.3 to the 8th. Final Junior Street. Cass with a 94 Ford ragtop Mustang. Ended up being second place in the JBS doubleheader recently. Reaction time .13 would have been our top qualifier in the last 3 cars based on that reaction time. Ran a 71 mile an hour pass at 9.97 seconds to the 8th mile. All right, here's our slowest pass of the night. Well, 60 foot was 3.6 seconds. 8th mile. If it was a run in the big tire event, wouldn't do very well. Went 41 seconds. No. 17 seconds. At 41 miles an hour, 41 seconds. All right, and at the finish line, 26 seconds at 55 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Here comes the diesel pickups. Tower lane. Best reaction time and the best ET out of the pair ran 15:02 to a 20.57. 103 miles an hour to top end for that big truck. Ford Chevy matchup. Black pickup truck having a little trouble on the start line here. And the white pickup truck runs away with it. 119 to the top end, 12.04. Looks like we got a broken pickup. So that's going to take a couple of minutes to push back, and he did drop a little bit of fluid right there, just a tiny little bit. So we're probably about 10 minutes away from being running cars again. It's a great opportunity for you to grab a beer, grab some mini donuts and a coffee, or go grab some ice cream at the concession stand, maybe a burger, hot dogs, some fries, or a walking taco. Great opportunity for you to take a little walkabout, check out the cars, that cool diesel truck sitting in the pits, and we'll be back to racing as quick as we can. Also an opportunity to read the signage at the track, our sponsors that we are so very proud of. Once again, if you're leaving the track, we ask that you leave in a courteous manner, leave quietly, don't be doing a burnout, and show the respect to our neighbors. Attention in the pits, motorcycle lane 6. Motorcycle, you have been called to the lanes. We're going to call you to lane 6. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle lane 6. So thanks for your patience, everybody. Little track cleanup at the start line. You know, a little inconvenience for us, but way more inconvenient for the guy with the Ford pickup truck. Poor guy. But that's racing. Yeah. We got Outlaw and Motorcycle lined up behind the tower. Tailgate party, get ready. The big bad Outlaws are coming up, and Motorcycle coming up next. Here we go, Outlaw coming your way.
No, you don't want that.
2018 Audi racing an 89 Mustang. Not Darren's first rodeo. Shown on the reader board right now is reaction time. That's the first number you see. Now you see the mile per hour and the elapsed time for Darren. Goes 10:77 with the Mustang, 123 miles an hour. And the next matchup has Karen Price, Darren's beautiful wife, and Anthony Walker racing up with a V-dub and an S10. .43 reaction time for Karen, 1.6 to 60 foot. Karen runs 118 miles an hour, 11.26. $12.22 for the VW at 104. That real quick Audi with the parachute on the back is tower side, racing a very quick Mustang, spectator side of the racetrack. What a nice sounding Mustang. Slowing down at the top end, the Audi. Mustang booming through the finish line at 136 miles an hour, 1095 ET. Reform School, 57 Chevy. Carl was 1.9 to 60 foot and 14 at the finish. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact. Oh, domestic. Oh, sorry. Domestic class, not Sport Compact. Retraction. Domestic class, that's okay. I thought I was getting ahead of myself. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes, not Sport Compact. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Sorry for the confusion. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes. So what's faster, a 2023 Corvette or a 2023 Dodge with a 6-liter? Hellcat versus Corvette. Grudge match, top time. Who's going to get there first? Who's buying the pizza at Boston Pizza tonight? Trouble with the start line. Too bad he couldn't figure it out because he would have really done well in this race. 144 miles an hour with a 9.44 for Nash. That car books. It was doing 115 at the 8th mile with a 6:05. Wow. Ross Walker's Corvette ran 11:38, 120 miles an hour. Dodge taking on Chevy. 10:05 for the Dodge, taking the win over the Nova's 11:52. The Dodge was doing 138 miles an hour, and the Nova was doing 115. Wow. It's a really quick pickup truck. A challenge for the Challenger for 2019. $11.77, the win light for the Challenger. The Ford went 14.21. 68 Ford Torino. Racing against the 2025 Corvette. When they drove that 68 Torino off the parking lot way back in 68, I bet they weren't thinking it would be racing and beating a 2025 Corvette. That was cool. 1048 to a 1082. 129 miles an hour for the Torino. The Corvette was doing 125. Only at the Friday Night Street Legals. Mission Raceway Park. $12.20, 79 miles an hour. Brad Thomas was out of Squamish, BC with that 19 Mustang, calls it Mean Green. Lordco Truth North Turbo, JB Auto Care, sponsored Little Mustang out of Squamish. Battling that tire traction all night long with that Mustang. Once he gets it dialed in, it's going to be a rocket ship. That was it for Outlaw. Up next, motorcycle. Big wheel stand out of the 22 Honda. Travis Gallant was 0-1 reaction time. 11:19 at the finish line. TCS lane. Wait for it. Here comes the 22 Honda. There he is, 20.43. Legal Ant, Tower Lane, 0.14 reaction time, 60 foot of 1.57. 8th mile, 125 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. Wow, 151 miles an hour with a 9.09 for Legal Ant. Bike in the other lane ran 146 miles an hour at 10.55 seconds. ZX 1400R 12 Kawasaki Ken Christensen. What a cool bike. 1024 the ET at 139 miles an hour. Ken Schmidt ran 119 miles an hour, 11:55. Paul and Paula at the start line. The Gixxer Mass Cycle Service. Dwayne Stevens over there with the Hayabusa, spectator side of the racetrack. Dwayne Stevens a little quicker to the 60. No. Reaction time, 60 foot was Paul Sidar. Finish line, 9:73 for Dwayne, 9:71 for Paul. Reaction time a little bit better for Dwayne, so a whole shot win, spectator side of the racetrack. Ethan Berkeley, Mountain View Harley Davidson, 25 Sportster, 1250cc, spectator side of the racetrack. Chris Radley over here in the Tower Lane. Getting it done. Cool bike. Attention in the pits. Final call for domestic class. Final call. 10:27 for Chris. Gets the win light at 138 miles an hour. The Sportster ran 126 miles an hour at 10.74. The Memorial Mustang for Dave's Towing. Ran a 1467, 92 miles an hour. Richard Trimble ran 1324, 111. Well, the old bow tie taking care of the blue oval. Goes 13:22 for the win light, 100.63 miles per hour. The blue oval ran a 15:26.93. The K car. Spectator side of the racetrack, it is Sean Kavas. I got to meet his son tonight. Cool little kid. So nice. Says that Sean's taking a few years off, but he's going to be back to it now, full time. Nice to see Sean Kavas and his son back at Mission Raceway Park. Cool. Jennifer, going to get there first over the K car, ran 14:02. Sean ran 71 miles an hour with 19.000. I am a fan of the Blazer. I've got an 87. Needs a little bit of love. This is a 2006 Chevy Blazer from Bellingham, Washington. Jason McDonald behind the wheel. It ran a 1382 for the win, 106 miles per hour with the Blazer. That's great. Chandler ran a 1456 at 97.5. The Malibu on this side of the racetrack, pit side, is from 1980. The Buick, spectator side of the racetrack, was 72. And the 72 beats the 80, goes 1169, 114 miles an hour for Brad Sutton out of North Van with the 72 Buick. Dodge matchup. Four-door for the win, 1276 to a 1369. Challenger on the pit side of the racetrack is from 2009. Becoming an old car. Wow. Ran 1290 for the win. The 2015 Challenger ran a 1404 at 109. Now a Chevy matchup. Old versus new Camaro. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, we need you to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. The bow tie and the blue oval. Who's going to get the win to the top end of the racetrack? I thought you were going to choose the blue oval. Newer car. Nice Mustang. Yuta Mooney out of Coquitlam. Gets the win light, 1421, 102.9. The Camaro ran 1528, 91 miles an hour. Even with all the wheel spin, he still gets there first, 1506, beating a 1493. Reaction time, the big difference, so a whole shot win for the S10. All right, racers, this is the time in the night where you need to be running with headlights. So please, all racers, at this point in the night, please put on your headlights. Headlights required. All racers, please put on your headlights to continue racing. Alex Stobie with the win, 14:05, 95 miles an hour. Elizabeth Stobie gets there second with a 15:23. Reaction time also belongs to Alex. Pair of pickups. Chevy taking on Ford. That white 01 GMC Southwick's got it hunkering down on the start line. It really launches well. 1.66 to the 60 foot and 7.2 to the 8th mile, 11:30 top end, 119 miles an hour. The other pickup truck was doing 95 miles an hour with an ET of 12.24. '57 Chevy, Nick Gee, Tower Lane. Nice car. $12.80 for the '57 Chevy doing 105 miles an hour. Corey Whitelock on a little bit of a trouble pass with the pickup truck. Great looking matchup on the start line right now. A 1973 AMC Javelin and a 68 440 Dodge. Well, Dodge driver wearing a helmet, so we can expect him to go quicker than the Javelin. But let's give the Javelin a chance at reaction time, and he gets it. Twice as quick on the tree. That's where the winning ends for the AMC. The 440 outpowers him to the top end of the racetrack. Puts down an 117 mile an hour pass at 12:38. And the Javelin ran 13:82 at 100.29. Kathy Gee with the '57 Chevy. A little bit of a wheel spin at the start line. The other car got there first. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Well, the '73 Pontiac's probably going to get to the top end first, but let's give the truck a chance for reaction time. Who gets the best reaction time? And that's going to show on the reader board, so you guys get to see it right away. Yep, the pickup truck got better reaction time. And the '73 Pontiac gets there first, 14.69, 93 miles an hour. The pickup truck, very similar to the previous pass, ran an 18.4. Fairly consistent. Z28 Camaro taking on a Corvette from '06. Port Coquitlam. 1177, 124 miles an hour. Nice Corvette. 06. $15.00. Start line crew doing a little prep on the start line for the next round. So if you're taking off for the evening, we do appreciate you being here tonight. We look forward to seeing you for the next 4 Friday nights in a row. And if you like old hot rods, old cars, the BC Old Time Drags are coming back. They're going to be here August 1st to 3rd. One of the coolest car shows you'll ever see. Barry and Shelley are here with the gourmet coffee underneath the pit side bleachers. You should grab a little bag of mini donuts for the ride home. You'll have some left over for tomorrow. Attention in the pit. Sport Compact, your final call. You still got time to make it to the lanes. Attention in the pit. Sport Compact, final call. Got a cool looking matchup at the start line right now. A beautiful blue Lexus from 2013. And an 07 Cobalt with a bunch of neon underneath. Knowing that neon doesn't make you go faster, I think I'm going to put my money on the Lexus. Nice sounding Lexus. Ran 1185, 118 miles per hour. And a pretty blue to boot. Nice car. 18 seconds for the Cobalt at 69 miles an hour. Safety spotting a little something out on the track. Jumped out to grab it. Shannon holding the cars up on the start line. She's about to pull them forward. No, if anybody's asking, a 2022 BMW can beat a 2011 Honda. Goes 1410. The Honda went 1565. Both vehicles just shy of 100. Track safety giving the all clear to Shannon to fire up the cars and send them up track. Here they go, pair of V-dubs. 2018 Golf R, spectator side of the racetrack. Very quick car, all-wheel drive. Eighth mile was an 8.02 at 92 miles an hour to top end. 115 miles an hour for the Golf R. The 22 VW Golf ran a 1167 Tower Lane. Attention in the pits, regular diesels to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, regular diesels, lanes 1 and 2. '16 Subaru BRZ Tower Lane. Racing the VW in the other lane. I'm guessing another Golf R. 112 at 1257. That's quick. Attention in the pits. Diesel. Regular diesels. We're going to take you to lanes 1 and 2. Regular diesels, lanes 1 and 2. I figure that's a GTR Tower Lane. What a ride. 131 miles an hour, 10.90. Cool. The Porsche ran a 1081 at 128. $12.60, 113 miles an hour for the Porsche. 1659, spectator side of the racetrack. Tower Lane for the win, 1250 to 109 miles per hour. The final sport compact in the staging lanes right now. I'm not sure the make of this car, but Sean Kavas, take a look at this thing. You should be setting a record with that. It's kind of funky looking. It's an okay car, but that's okay. I'd be afraid to see if that's the world record for that thing. It ran 24 point. Final call for the diesel pickup trucks. Regular diesels, final call. And we're going to take Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2 and Motorcycle to lane 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Outlaw class, lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Motorcycle, lane 6. Motorcycle, lane 6. Junior Street running up track. Cash ran 985 for the win. Reaction time was his as well. Linden ran 1120. 65 miles an hour to 8th. Final Junior Street pickup truck, spectator side of the racetrack, running to 8th mile. Start line crew, gonna do a little bit of track prep. And Brian's gonna get on the quad and spray some of that sticky stuff on the racetrack. So just a little bit of track prep ahead of the Outlaw and motorcycle class coming up in just a couple of moments. If you're heading off, we do appreciate you being here with us this evening. Want to remind you that the next 4 Friday nights, we're doing it all over again. August 8th is ladies' night, so you want to take up the sport of drag racing. You ladies get to drive for free on that August 8th Friday night Street Legals. Look forward to seeing you all back for all 4 Friday nights. Well, to quote my friend George Thorogood, last call for alcohol. Yeah, the beer gardens is closing, folks, so if you would like to get a beer, it's your last call for alcohol. I want bourbon, I want scotch, I want beer. No, just beer. Last call for alcohol at the beer garden, right here beside the bleachers. Track prep pretty well done. Back to racing in just a couple of moments. All right, tailgate party. They're firing up the cars behind the tower. Here they come. All right, lots and lots and lots and lots of heat in them tires this time. It just takes off with too much power. The tires just can't hold it. It's going to soften the launch. More heat in the tires. Throw the weight back into suspension and get this thing to lift up front. Just stays flat. Let's see if you can hook up on this one. Special treat to the people that stayed late. Nice sounding car. Looking real forward to seeing that thing get solid hookup. Next up, the Mustang and the red pickup truck, husband and wife, the K&D racing team. They were featured in our Racer Spotlight last Friday night. Darren's Mustang a little quicker than Karen's pickup truck. But Karen always better on the tree. That true this round as well. 11:13 for Darren, 123 miles an hour. Karen's S10 ran 17 at 61. Not a full pull. Man, that sounded cool. 1063 for the win, 135 miles an hour for the 16 Ford. Attention in the pits. Final call for Outlaw. Final call for Outlaw. And attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, domestic class, lanes 1 and 2. Yes, domestic, you have been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. 2019 Challenger with the win light. 1174, 116 miles per hour. The 21 V-Dub ran 1264 at 102. $142, 9.90 for the 18 Audi. All right, the parachuted Audi, tower lane. Big Dodge towers on spectator side of the racetrack. Audi chasing him down. Can he catch him? He does. Goes 9.00, beating a 9.98. $1969 Firebird out of Surrey. Steve Schaefer, 1.66 and 60 foot. Eighth mile was 91 miles an hour with a 7.4. Finish line 1175, 112 miles per hour. Very big burnout. From the green 23 Dodge Hellcat. Nash Dollywall. Qualifying for street license. .6067, very similar to the previous run, 147 miles per hour. Ernie DeMarco out of Delta, BC with 1970 Nova 427. .1068, 128 miles per hour. That was it for Outlaw. Up next, motorcycle. Paul Sidar, Dwayne Stevens. Oh, Paul getting a little bit of slip on the start line. Throwing the run away, giving her to Dwayne Stevens. 9.7, 147 for the win light. Chris Rathy, spectator side of the racetrack, gets away first. Ken Christensen chasing real hard. And catching him, 10:01 to a 10:44. Quicker bike doing 142 miles an hour. Cool. Keith Schmidt ran 1.7 to 60 foot. Eighth mile was a 7:47 at 94. Finish line 11:59 at 1:18. Lee Gallant goes 981, 130 miles an hour. Travis Gallant taking it easy over there on the spectator side of the racetrack. Goes 20.50, 60.17 mile per hour. Tower Lane leaves first, stays up front the whole way. Gets the win 14-20.
What's the number on the spectator side?
752.
Got it.
Okay, Tower, can we make a final call for domestic, please? Final call, domestic.
You bet. Attention in the pits, final call for domestic. Attention in the pits, final call for domestic class. Great matchup. Pair of Corvettes, one from 06 and one from 07. There is just no more fun than that. Racing a pair of Corvettes on a Friday night. 1178 for the win, 1267 for Richard Trimble. The quicker Corvette out of Port Coquitlam ran 124 miles an hour. Cranmore out of Surrey, BC with the 2017 Camaro. Chase puts down an 1184, 117 miles an hour. 122 miles an hour at 1245 for the F-150. $12.90 for the win light, 108 miles per hour, $13.69 for the 06 Ford over here in the Tower Lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. 100.02 miles per hour, 13.10 for ET. If you're pitted with that driver, let him know he can get a 100 mile per hour sticker for that run. Good grudge match. That bow tie looks like he might get it. And he does. 1480 for the win light. Mustang was doing 1491. Green light comes on the spectator side of the racetrack with an ET of 1349, 105 miles per hour. Christopher Smith out of Surrey, Tower Lane. Race on his 10 card is a 6-liter LS 6-speed manual, and he's trying to get the thing into the 12s. No problem. 1281. 111 miles an hour. 110 miles an hour at 12.19 for ET. Quick pickup truck over there in the spectator side of the racetrack, 12.20, 116 miles per hour. Little S10 Tower Lane making a pass now. .00 at 104. Going to give you an example of a bracket race. These drivers have chosen their dials, and you're going to see them up on the reader board. You got a 1397 to a 1533. So the slower car leaves first. So if you're at a bracket race and you see one car leave first, and you find that boring, you should be sitting at the finish line. So right now at the finish line, you should see these guys cross side by side. But one of them leaves 2 seconds ahead of the other on the start line. Bracket racing, 101. Attention in the pits, diesel class, lanes 3 and 4. Diesel class, this is your call to the lanes 3 and 4. Attention in the pits, diesel class, your call to the lanes 3 and 4. Your margin of victory, 6/100ths of a second. Alex Dobie with the win. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Yes, Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Little 07 Cobalt with the neon underneath. Ran 15.97 at 80 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, Diesel, what was it, 464. Diesel 464, could you report to the tower, please? Diesel 464, please report to the tower. You're in huge trouble. Yeah, absolutely. Not in trouble. Okay, not in trouble. It's the same thing, yeah. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Everybody's favorite part of the night, open staging lanes. If you want to make a run, make your way down to the staging lanes, and they're open lanes for the next little bit. So all racers interested in making another run, the lanes are open for all classes. Make your way to the staging lanes. We'll pair you up and send you up the track. So for now, you're going to see all kinds of mixed up vehicles heading up track. A little bit of a heyday for the racers. A lot of fun for the spectators as well. So thanks for hanging out tonight. We appreciate you being here. We ask you to leave in a very courteous manner, really quiet-like, not doing a big burnout like that guy that just left on the spectator side. Made no friends at all. So please leave in a courteous manner, and we'll see you all back for the next 4 Friday Night Street Legals. Drive safely. We're not done. We got lots of racing left. Open staging lanes. Have fun. Attention in the pits, open staging, all classes. Anybody who wants to make a run, head up to the staging lanes, and we'll keep going until nobody shows up. Y'all run out of gas. Now, with open staging, I want to remind everybody one last time that the speed limit at Mission Raceway Park is 10 kilometers an hour. So don't be racing down the return road to get more runs. If we catch you speeding on the return road, you're done for the night anyway. So please remember, 10 kilometers an hour everywhere at Mission Raceway. except for on Farmer Lane, the racetrack. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're starting to run out of cars in the lanes, so we're going to leave them open for 6 more minutes. So the lanes are going to close officially in about 6 minutes. So you got time to make one more run. And it's been a blast. Thanks for being here tonight. You guys are just incredible. Hanging out right till the end. That is cool. Attention in the pits. Lanes are now officially closed for this Friday night Street Legals. That's it. Thanks for coming, everybody. It was a wonderful evening. We look forward to seeing you back in the next 4 Friday nights. Thanks all the staff for your hard work tonight. We couldn't do it without you. Thanks to everybody for being here tonight. This is Rock Arsenal in the Tower saying, we'll call you later.